evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we are continuing to try and unravel more of the mysteries in this place. I've already gotten to the credit roll, but apparently that's like one of about 4 or 5 major puzzles. I'm not exactly sure. So anyway, we are now working on the second major puzzle, which involves getting to various sanctum doors and finding sigils. For that, I'm going to need information, so I'm mostly hoping to get the library and the schoolrooms, because I think that's where the information I'm going to need is going to come from. Schoolhouse, that is what I need. Also did some of the work offline last night, mostly looking over, since I didn't have a magnifying glass when I read a new clue, I looked up kind of what you can find in there if you do have a magnifying glass, and I did learn a couple of things. Library. Alright, read that one, got that one. Have not read that one. That one's probably more important. Yeah, we'll go with that one this time. Go with the laundry room. Alright, what do we have? So basically I'd get a bunch of gems and have no coins. Get a bunch of, well, no, get one key. It's pointless. Or get a bunch of keys. But I'd only get 4 because that's 10. Yeah, maybe later. Okay, so... Alright, so I cannot get the steam... boiler. The boiler room. I cannot connect the boiler room to this today because it has to be connected through this door, and I don't think this has that functionality. Alright. Actually, I need to read something. So, one of the things that's in the new clue book is that there's a bunch of words with numbers next to them on one of the pages that you can't see without the magnifying glass. But it basically says that all the checked corner case rooms had a low-case clue found in the rooms. And the 4 rooms would be patio, nook, office, and pantry. We're here in the nook, and the word beside is in lowercase, so that's going to be that one. Take the shovel. Need gems for that, huh? Alright, then I need to go get a bunch of gems. Lockpicks. G. I think that may be just related to that. Just giving you the solutions, which is kind of nice. This box is empty. A box with a false statement is empty. There are 2 false statements. Okay, so this box is empty. A box with a false statement is empty. There are 2 false statements. Okay. If that's true, then these other 2 have to be false. So that would actually be impossible. Because if this statement were true, then this statement becomes impossible, since there would be 2 false statements. Wait. No, that only that doesn't... false statement is empty. This box is empty. Alright, so if that is false, then the gems are in here, and these two have to be empty. But then there are two false statements. That would be false. Okay, if that was false, and this one was true, can this statement also be false? I feel like it can't. A box with a false statement is empty. So this box... So okay, if this statement were false, then rather than a box, both false statements would have to be full, or both false statements would have to be empty. If this statement is false, and that box is the solution, then this one would also have to have gems in it in order to be false. Which obviously doesn't work. Because if this one is empty, I think I'm gonna screw this one up. Alright, let's say there's only one false statement. So let's say that this is not true. There's only one false statement. Okay? Then that could be true. And that could be true, and this one would be empty. I think I've got this wrong, but I don't want to keep spending time on this. Okay, so those are getting harder. I'm gonna screw them up eventually. Classroom. Oh crap, it's pointed the wrong way. And it's only grade 1. It's kind of frustrating that you have to, like, deploy 8 separate rooms to see all 8 grades, that it wouldn't, like, remember where you're at and take you to the next grade on the following days. This game is built in such a way to take up as much time as possible. Kinda hate it. What is this? Huh. Neat. Oh, dang it. There's a clue in the pantry. Bridget? All the other letters are uppercase except for bridge. Wait. No, stop, damn it. Oh. Guess that's not the worst. Careful where you click, shit. Gems for days. But I'm gonna run out of steps. It is just determined to not let me draft what I need. What's the special key? Okay. Honestly, I'm so low on steps. What's that? Okay. If you call it a day in a planetarium, gain 2 stars. This might not work out the way I'd like, but I think it's got the best potential for getting more letters into the mailroom. rotate floor plans here. Nice. Go with the office, because that's another room that has a lowercase clue in it. West. And I am not getting any classrooms. Drafting studio. Ah, I really want the drafting studio. Fuck. I gotta do it. I've gotta do this one. I haven't had this one yet, and I really, really want it. November 7th is day 1. Okay. Okay, got in the drafting studio, you'll be able to choose a brand new floor plan to permanently add to your draft pool. Permanent changes do not reset each day. I like the solarium, I think. Great Hall partitioning plan for Friday, December 4th. Oh, you can see how the Great Hall is broken up. What is this? Ah, that's this room. Drafting strategy. Drafting spectrum. Most violet dreams. Indoor verdure. Orange passage. Golden trim. Negative space. Prismatic rooms. Word from the editor. I'm not going to read all this out loud, but I'm going to read it. Yeah, that would make no sense in the real world since most people don't draft single rooms, but instead, entire buildings. Extra items never for free. Not entirely true. Okay. Associated resource vexation. As we reach the end of this volume of drafting strategy, we hope you have found valuable insights and colorful inspiration for your next architectural project. From the purples of our dreams to the reds of our fears, we believe that no ambition for an architect is too brave, and no design is too colorful. To achieve our goals, we must delve deep into the spectrum, drawing upon all colors and ideas of daring merit. At the end of the day, color is just another tool. Some wield it to express their own creativity, some hoist it up as a display of their own power, some use it to calculate great sums, but all of us want to find a color we can call our own. Do I need a hammer to... I feel like there's got to be a safe in here somewhere. Hmm. That'd be nice. Hey, it actually worked for once. And we can actually get into grade 4 now. Fantastic. Managed to get to the 4th grade. I'm so smart. Okay, and we're seeing country symbols. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, I'm pretty sure this is going to count as 2 in the 8 realms for 8 realms and 8 months. I'm pretty sure this is going to end up being both 1 and 8, since that's where we are now, and that's what makes sense. Also, I know that symbol's right, that symbol's right, that symbol I know is wrong, and I know that symbol is wrong, so that tells us pretty much everything. Let's cross-reference it with the other parts. Good, good, good. Assuming I'm correct that... I mean, I know this one's wrong. I am believing that this one is wrong as well. Well, I know that one's there, so those two have to be wrong, which means these 3 need to be correct. So that would be wrong. And that would be wrong. And the rest of these would be correct, and that would make sense for 5 of 7. Correct, I believe correct. And yeah, those are rotated and out of sync. Correct. Oh my. Wrong. Correct, wrong. So, I think he's got 3 wrong, and because this is, you know, a naughty political statement. The Spiral of Stars. Now, there was that note in the lady's bedroom that showed the spiral, and I think it pretty much aligns with this spiral of stars here. And there's an infinity symbol on the bottom on Antarctica. Well, what would be Antarctica? Or 8. It's a 46? What's that about? The Sacred Circle. Interesting. red circle, which shows the globe and the moon. The Seeker of Signs. I wish I had a magnifying glass to read that. Oh wait, I could just look there where it's blown up, right in front of my stupid face. Anyway. Farther nuance. Edge say, or say. Alright. In say. Alright. Some notes. Fenmora, Vea, Mora, Mamora, Dauja. So our world is called Mora. Interesting. What is this? 1, 2. I have no idea what this is, but it looks important. Us. The geography of Fen Ares. Mount Holly, Oris, Colossus Orinda, Royal Museum. I'm presuming that most of these are locations we'll never go to, but, you know, good to see. Okay, so the diamond is nuance. The rainbow looks like it's Mora Jai. The heart shape, or not quite heart shape, I guess, is Korarica? reminds me of the Alamo is Vera. If only I had a way to know the colors of the last three nations. Because from first grade we found out the colors of Arch-Aries, Kararaka, and Raja. We learned Fen-Aries a long time ago, it's red. And Orianda-Aries we've also found out is black. This is just three more colors and I don't know which is which. Need to try and keep going. I want to draft the ballroom, but I need to try and get more classrooms if possible. Lucky to get to grade 5. This is one thing I really frustrates me about the game. I know I need the classrooms, so I'm trying to get the classrooms. But I can't get all the classrooms because RNG. You know, they put the classrooms in dead ends. Or otherwise just make them more of a problem than a benefit. It's incredibly frustrating. That'll give me 2 more attempts. Take this, I guess. Oh, fuck, that's terrible. That was really, really stupid. Well, I'm just about at the end of the run anyway. Oh, look. Yeah, this is what I was hoping for. Last 2 pieces of music. Alright, so... Alright. Okay, so our bolded word on this one is R. And on this one... First words on the sheets are true message, and it's kind of what I guessed. So that would be under on this one, and 2 on this one. So find among the white trees under 2 stones. Okay, so that's that. The conclusion of that clue. Alright, can I get grade 5? Alright, grade 5. One second, I'll be right back. So we've got a bride in white, a plane in red, a car in blue, a yellow flan, a hand in, well, flesh tone, and a stag in brown. Apple. Draw 2 things that share all but 1 letter of their name. Okay. Corn. A robot and... I don't know what that is. Or what that is supposed to be. Yeah, no, I got nothing. I don't know if those colors are going to be significant at all. I'm disappointed in this classroom, I'm not gonna lie. I don't get this one at all. I can only hope that those colors mean, well, something. Alright, do I have any other avenues to draft apart from this one? Nope, looks like it's all bricked up otherwise. But I've got 10 opportunities to redraw. is not wanting to give me that next classroom. I wonder if it's impossible to draft a classroom from a classroom. Maybe it is. I don't know. In any case, I'll take a locker room. That's a lot of locks. I don't like that. There is no way to get... This be an insane number of keys. It's what, 3, 6, 7, 8, 14? It's like 17 keys. The hell am I supposed to get? It's just nuts. Wait, but it spreads them throughout the house. Did I make a conference room? I did. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'll have to rotate. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It'll be 20 steps just to get back to the conference room, so I actually cannot get there and back to here. Huh. Maybe if I go through the foundation, I could save enough steps to make it work? I mean, it's long shot, but... I've got nothing really to lose. Curious, actually. Wonder if I wonder what all I've missed, actually. Well, that's fair amount of stuff, but nothing I'd really be upset about missing. Like, nothing that would have allowed me to solve a puzzle that I wasn't able to solve because I didn't have it. else you can get up here. This is a whole other puzzle. But I think it's a puzzle I can probably solve tomorrow. So I don't have to deal with this right this second. Good to know about, though. I guess I'm gonna go for the locker room, even though that means I won't be able to dig up around my tent until the next time I find a shovel. Still, this is probably the right thing to do. Probably. You know, in retrospect, the Rotunda is actually a pretty awesome room. I pretty much discounted it on previous runs, but no, being able to turn pretty much means it has 4 doors. It just doesn't look like it has 4 doors. figured they'd probably hide a note in one of these, but maybe they didn't. Maybe it's just stuff? Unfortunately, there's no way I can confirm that. Well, that's pretty much it for this run. I don't really see a way I can do anything else useful. So I guess it's time to call it a day. I particularly want a shovel. So let's see if I can draft a closet or something useful. Commissary, that might have one. Ah, it does. Perfect. Buy me a shovel. And I'll take a sleeping mask as well, why not? One thing that kind of bugs me about this is that at this point in the story, I've already fulfilled the bequest. So why am I still tied to all of the same rules? Why am I not living in the house? Why am I required to return all of my tools at the end of each day? Why do I surrender all my gems and coins and keys and everything? I mean, I've fulfilled the rules of the game. Why am I still playing it? Said between the four white trees. 2 stones. Conservatory. Adjust the rarity of the floor plans in your house. Yes, I would very much like that. Alright. Now let's go plumb the secrets of that red room. Alright, so first and foremost, I need to understand the problem properly. Wait a minute. But I had the boiler... Do I have to draft a boiler room first before this works? Vault. That makes things more complicated. Really doesn't look like I can tell which ones are open from down here. That might be the use of non-Euclidean geometry, I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I've seen a game use fifth-dimensional space, though. But I don't have a keycard yet, so I can't use that elevator. Okay. It's just kind of irritating how many of this game's puzzles are tied to basically the RNG. Like, you know what to do, you just can't do it. Because, we're sorry, the right rooms didn't pop up. And I haven't drafted my outside room yet. Ah, brother. Not exactly off to a fantastic start, am I? Let's go with the tool shed. Huh. Metal detector and a wrench. But I don't think I need to use... I think I've already done everything I want to do with the wrench. Yeah. Yep. Haven't had room 7 or 8 or 19. Yeah, let's do this one. anchor box so early? Let's do a parlor. Gems are in the blue box. The false boxes are both true. The true boxes are both empty. The false boxes are both true. That's not possible. If a false box is false. Unless it means the box that has the stuff. But no, whether or not the boxes are true or false has always been about the statements. Okay. So let's say that's true. The true boxes are both empty. That would mean that that is true. So I feel like this has to be false. But then that also has to be false. Because if that was true, then that would mean it's empty. So that also has to be false. So that doesn't really work. I think I picked the wrong upgrade. I think in choosing the 3-gem upgrade, I upgraded the difficulty of the logic puzzles as well. Should have gone with the 2 keys. Guaranteed myself a higher chance of success. It was already getting kind of tough. How can that statement possibly be true? It can't, right? Which would make that one false. Alright, let's say that's false. The gems are not in the blue box, or they're in either white or black. Then the true boxes are both empty. That could hold true if this is a true box and this is a true box. The false boxes are both true. I'm almost certain I've screwed this one up. Yep. Yep. Alright, let's do a pump room. It's time to refill the fountain. Don't really need to be empty. lucky, maybe I'll get a boiler room. Unlucky. Let's do a walk-in closet. Spyglass. Guess I'm after a patio this time? Actually, I'll take a greenhouse too. Coat closet. That looks weakened to me. Of course, that means I have to get the coat closet. So I can get out my power hammer. Oh, hey. Nice. I know that I can make a better shovel with the shovel metal detector combo, but I'm not sure what I can do with just these two together. I think I probably need the broken lever to find out. like to draft the Solarium, but that would end the run. I'm not ready for that yet. Alright, let's take a look at the mailroom. I think another letter should have been delivered. Oh, okay, so a large package. Quite nice. Quite nice indeed. Hey Simon, it's Randolph again. In my last letter I mentioned the terminal network, but it completely slipped my mind to give you the network password so you can log into it. Even with all the off-site connections disabled, you should still be able to use the local network to access different house-based functions from any terminal regardless of where it is located on the estate, which you will likely find very useful. Password is Swansong. Happy hunting, Randolph. Okay, I legitimately think that, this game would have been better if there was, after you reached Room 46, a change to the gameplay to where you didn't have to give up all of your stuff every day. You could just focus on the puzzles. More dice. Oh crumbs, I'm down to one opening. I hate it when this happens, and of course it tries to give me the dark room. Boiler room. Please and thank you. Patio sort of ends the run, but it'll give me the last word of a clue that I want. And I might still be able to get the power hammer if... doesn't lead to a dead end. Occasionally you may discover certain small amounts of turn state. Buried. Okay, buried. That's the one. Buried beside West Bridge. Something else to dig up. I really hate how hard it's trying to dead end me. That's a first. So I have been not great at finding things, it would seem. Security locks. I never dropped a breaker box. Do you need a library? Rook. Don't know if I'll get to use it. But I might. Alright, Realm and Rune. I'm trying to get this for a bit. Okay. I think that aligns with what I've already taken. Yep. Korarika is... alright, good. Okay, counting the number of dividing lines in a sigil will reveal to us what method of transportation was prevalent in a realm. Were they a seaside kingdom relying on ships, or a desert domain that may have employed camels to cross the sandy expanse of their lands? Naval capabilities, roads, horseback, trains, aviation, camels, turtleback. Okay, weather. Normal weather, foggy, which is what Orindia and Fen Ares is. Heat, rainy, stormy, snow, windy. and what kind of civilization they've got. Tribal, agricultural, martial, metropolitan, academic, industrial, spiritual, poetic, and then the various colors. Okay, so this was Orindia. This is Fen Ares. This is Arch Ares. This is Iraja. And this is Kararika. So what I don't have then are pink, green, and white. There isn't blue. Like, no country uses blue. Alright. That's all I can get out of there. Come on, walk-in closet. Yeah, none of those suit my needs. Let's redraw. Well, no gems, so this is my only real option. No idea how to get into that still. So I had thought for the longest time that she was married to the Baron, but she isn't. She was married to Simon, his brother. And that very much looks like the Spiral of Stars. Oh, I can get these benefits twice. Does that mean 4 chests have been added to the main room? Let's do a gallery. Christopher Manson. 6 letters, acrylic and oil on canvas. Okay. genuine truth. Genuine. Veritas. Hubris, envy, lust, wrath, gluttony, sloth, avarice. I don't know. Comment? Dick? No, this feels too obvious. Okay, so it's not necessarily that I'm correct when I get that. That's just the solution I've submitted. Rose, apple. These are all red, right? A rose, an apple, a fire hydrant, a stop sign, a wagon, they're all red. Is there a P word for red? Nothing that really comes to mind. Nothing common enough that it would make sense. I think yeah, I give up on this one. Just to look this up. Okay, so the answer to this one is ruminate, which I honestly would never have gotten. At least not with the information available to me. So then this isn't Veritas? Veritas makes sense, though. That's disappointing. Alright, so I never would have gotten ruminate. I think this might be what's in room 8, so it's room in 8. Which I never would have gotten because I would have been I was distracted by the 7 deadly sins down here, assuming that that was somehow associated with them. But I don't think it is. Huh, okay. That makes... It's not Veritas, it's realize, as in real eyes. I hate it. Red wagon and P. Already tried chains. Thick skin. I don't know. These just don't make any sense to me at all. Yeah, no, I never would have gotten these. Apparently, this thick with the thin K here is to make you realize it's not thick, it's think. Thin K. And this is ponder, because it's P on red, but the red is mirrored. Nope. That's... I'm not smart enough for this game. Or not. Maybe I simply lack perfect mental agility? I don't know. Key 8. Presumably will unlock room 8. Since I've never seen room 8. Yep, it's the room in 8. But you have to figure that out before you see this. That's ridiculous. Mundanity? Mundanity is not a sin. What? No, I didn't. Sum of my sin, as it is penned, is a number within the room we are in. has to be avarice, then. So I'm fairly confident in the penguin and the elephant. Dog's got to be either mundanity or hubris. The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend in the tail of the skin. Near the bend of the tail of the skin. Okay, so yeah, that still puts him in hubris. I share a trend with my neighbor sin, a letter and its twin appear on each bin. This one has to go in one that uses the same letter twice. I think I've got the elephant wrong. This one got double A's and double N's, so that one works better there. If we spend a minute or 10 lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. Minute or 10 lounging in the den. Actually, Wrath. Sets the monkey there. That pretty much puts him there. This one has to be either in envy or lust. Since he needs an N in his, it has to be envy, gluttony, or mundanity. Swapping with mundanity doesn't make sense. sense either. Yeah, no, this only really makes sense in gluttony. So I'm fairly confident of the monkey, I'm fairly confident of the penguin, I'm fairly confident of the rabbit. Thought I was confident of the dog, but maybe not. Not really confident of the bear. See, that strikes me as being sloth. Actually, that one could go in wrath. Something shifted. What's this? Oh. Okay then. Alright, what do we got? 20 divided by 10 is 2. 12 minus 4 is 8. Times 2 is 16. Divided by 16 is 1. 3 plus 1 is 4. Plus 4 is 8. Minus 7 is 1. Times 18 is 18. Divided by 3 is 6. Alright, we got the silver key. finally, the code check. Alright, with my shiny new power hammer, it's time to get my happy ass back to the greenhouse. If I can remember how to get back to the greenhouse. Okay, looks like I go from the aquarium through to the hallway and then turn south. I think that turns into a, yeah, a lockpicking kit. Or a better lockpicker, which I don't really need. At least not right now. Cut up lettering. So then the gardener is the one who delivered that note. Okay. This is a record of my many indiscretions and lapses of judgment. Should this logbook ever be found, know that that my guilt is exceeded only by my failings. As the groundskeeper of a vast estate, it is my responsibility to ensure the property remains well maintained and beautiful all year round. From the many green rooms of the manor to the sprawling lawns, it is my duty to attend to every aspect of the grounds, ensuring they are orderly, presentable, and accessible so that they may be appreciated by both guests and the family. That would be the day. This logbook, many years overdue, will serve as a record of some of my duties, discoveries, and contributions I have made to the estate over the years, when I have served here as groundskeeper, and however many more are yet to come. Not many, apparently. Denny Ravain. A few months ago, I made a truly remarkable discovery in my role of Mount Holly horticulturalist. Through years of breeding and experimentation, I successfully created a new species of flower with a fruit that resembles a gemstone in every detail. Although the fruit is not edible, it is nevertheless a marvel of nature, possessing all the beauty and brilliance of a genuine jewel, but with the added benefit of being entirely organic. Despite the creation of this flower being my proudest accomplishment to date, my joy was slightly curbed when I was informed by Randolph Moore that my employer's company, Cinca, had decided to deny my request to announce my discovery to the public, completely disregarding my years of hard work and dedication to this project. This decision was absolute rubbish. I have poured my heart and soul into this project, investing countless hours of research and experimentation to create something truly extraordinary. I feel this flower has the potential to make a significant impact on the field of horticulture, and it feels like such a waste to keep a gem like this hidden away for, quote, further research. As I suspected, they wanted the flower to serve primarily as a cheap way to produce resources for special floor plans. I had high hopes for this logbook, but I have struggled to find a reason to add another entry. My employer's decision earlier this year has left me feeling disheartened. I find it difficult to find the motivation to continue in my work. I am aware that my disappointment is affecting my performance, and I am reminded of that daily when I see the houseplants slowly dying as I make my rounds. Perhaps I should quit. I really shouldn't. My ambition has been reignited. I overheard, perhaps with some prodding, that the employee contracts for the staff are kept within the Baron's private office on the 10th rank, a fact that I found quite remarkable considering that the house only has 9 ranks. This all but confirms the long-held suspicion that the rumored 46th room is in fact north of the antechamber, a suspicion that I had always considered too obvious to be plausible. As much as I wish to abandon all pretense of caring about my job to focus on this new project, I fear I must resume my gardening duties for the sake of appearances. It has, after all, been a long time since the north side of the house has received the groundskeeper's undivided attention. Let's trim the hedges and see what we find. If there is a 10th rank, it is impossible to perceive its existence from the outside. So if it does exist, then I'm going to assume that reaching it can only be done through the antechamber. Sadly, security has only gotten tighter in the years after Mary's disappearance, and that room is no longer locked behind regular doors that can be opened by regular keys. No, that would be too easy. Instead, the Baron had remote access levers installed in several different rooms of the house. Funny enough, I already know the location of 3 of these levers, as one was recently installed in the greenhouse, and another 2 were installed in the secret garden. It's almost like they were choosing green rooms just to tempt me. Antechamber level locations. Secret garden, mechanarium, greenhouse, weight room sealed, great hall, secret garden sealed. It appears each antechamber door has one primary access lever in addition to a redundancy in another location. So there's a lever. I found the lever in the weight room, or actually read about it. I found the one in the Great Hall and the Secret Garden, but those aren't the same one. There's a second in the Secret Garden. I'll have to look into that. Although these past few months of exploration have yet to yield the fruit I seek, I have, in that time, gained a much greater mastery of the estate and have stolen many glimpses behind the black curtain that veils her many secrets. Among the more exciting of my recent finds was the discovery of a hidden chamber in one of the outer rooms, sealed shut behind a false wall. The stale quality of the air and the unmistakable aroma of corroded metal led me to believe that this chamber has remained sealed for many decades. Within it, I found a large vat and a copper still, their time-worn surfaces streaked with creeping veins of oxidation and rust. I'm unsure if these instruments can be restored to working condition, but if they can, I may yet find a use for the sugar beets and potato stores rotting away in the root cellar. Resealed in January after deal in Reddington fell through. August 4th, 1991, at last I finally discovered the location of one of the north levers. It is deep underground in a location so far removed from any of the estate's plant life that had I been discovered, I would have been completely vulnerable without any excuse but curiosity to offer my captor. As anxious as I was to pull it, I have decided to wait until the Baron is away, as it reduces the risk of being caught significantly. And once he leaves, I don't think that a delay in returning will be too hard to engineer, now that Kristoff is under my thumb and beholden to do whatever I command. Well, there's no turning back now. After finally reaching the objective I had been working toward for the last 4 months, I made an impulsive decision in the heat of the moment and took more than just my contract. I found something that I knew could give me the chance to make back some of the money I felt was owed to me, and I grabbed the opportunity without really considering the consequences. Given that there is now only one missing file in the staff contracts, I have unwittingly left an incriminating trail leading directly back to me. My only hope is that they consider it too obvious to be plausible. I'm almost positive that I'm not going to get away with it, but at this point I feel I owe it to myself to get what's coming to me one way or another. Okay. Alright, so... I have basically everything possible except the magnifying glass. Yeah, no, they're not selling them here. Pity. Alright, so... I need to go dig near the bridge. Buried beside the West Bridge. Microchip buried in an old jar. Oh, I know where that needs to go. Refilled the fountain, didn't I? I thought I had. I thought I refilled the fountain and... Ah. Interesting. Apparently I'm not quite yet done. Alright. Looks like the pump room and down here are going to be bit of a headache to figure out. But this is where I want to focus my attention. Why is that not powered on? I need to go check the boiler room. Can I check the boiler room? Okay. I kind of want to look at what's going on in the pump room. Okay, so the fountain didn't get fully refilled. The reservoir isn't fully drained. I strongly suspect I can't really do much of use with the reservoir unless and until I get the fountain fully refilled. That's something that's going to take a lot of trial and error. I do not look forward to it. For now, I need to focus on the puzzle that I'm actually trying to get done. Okay, yeah, I don't have ring powered. My mistake. Stopped by keycards. And I have nothing else I can draft, do I? Ah, crumbs. Won't actually be able to do anything with this one unless I randomly stumble across a keycard, but I doubt I will. Yep. No keycards around. Nowhere to draft a breaker. So I'm not getting through those doors today, unfortunately. So at level 2, we're obviously not going anywhere by boat. You can see some baggage on the ground, but that would require fully emptying, which I can't do right now. Get on the boat, I suppose I could sail up that pipe. Alright. Which I think would require... Damn it! I didn't shift it back. I am screwing myself. This is why I think the roguelike elements are kind of a problem post-game. There's so many puzzles that would just be a lot more readily solved if you didn't still have to worry about that headache. You know what to do, but oh, you forgot to do one thing. You know, in a normal game, you just run back, you do it, and you come back. No problem. Here, it's entirely possible that you'll run out of steps, or keys, or gems. Like, I know there's something in the secret garden. If I had drafted the secret garden, I could find out what it is. I can't, because I ran out of places to draft. I ran out of places to draft because I don't have a key card. Why don't I have a key card? Because I have to give everything up at the end of each day. Now, when the conceit is, okay, you haven't really inherited yet, you haven't gotten to room 46 yet, so that's why you don't have that, I get it. Your uncle, granduncle, He set the rules of the game, and these are his rules. Whether we like them or not, his game, his rules. Fair enough. But at this point, I have inherited. I am the Baron. So why am I still playing the game by the same rules? It's just not logical. So, I'm actually going to have to draw a diagram of this. Got entrance. Which is going to be a target. 1, 2, 3. Target is 2 to the right of the entrance. Okay. This thing has 2 sections in between where it is and where it goes. So if I spin it to put this entrance in front of me, it'll be pointing toward that one. Similarly, if I spin it towards that one, then that one. But first I have to get it raised, and then get back up here. Now, I forget which control does the raising. I think it might be that one. that's gonna be the hard part. Is getting the thing raised and getting back to there. Screw up, I will run out of steps. It's no use. So this one raises and lowers. It is 3 over from the start. business. So that tells us the water levels we should target. Alright. Did we play one like this already? Okay, maybe not a terrible one. Alright, after 10 days of pumping water up from the underground spring, the reservoir has finally been filled. It's a shame that the old station had to be flooded as a consequence of this action, but I suspect that may have been the actual reason they chose to build the reservoir here. And as an engineer, I agree that flooding is preferable to collapsing the entire tunnel. On the bright side, now our water supply is no longer limited. We can start to leverage steam to a much greater extent. I suspect that by this time next month, the steam-powered hoists at the main site will be able to run 24 hours a day. Nice, but not really what I came down here for. Or what I was hoping for, anyway. See, I should be able to see the doorway from here. I can't. Non-Euclidean geometry, or fifth-dimensional space, whichever you prefer. Not to mate, sadly. I can't think of anything that would have given me any red letter right there. That all of them had to be dates. Performance log 102. I knew what we were looking at as soon as we uncovered the first spire, but it wasn't until the first floor plan was unearthed that most of the crew realized what ruins we were exhuming. The border was the same pitch as the sunless cavern we found it in. A dark-trimmed floor plan of ill-fated Orindia. We had found an authentic black print. The sooner we seal this site back up, the better for us all. Okay. Yes. We'll add treasure trove to the pool. Dear Baron Sinclair, to begin, my name is Worth Loud. My father used to work for your father, the Right Honorable Baron Thomas Sinclair, between the years of 1915 and 1918. The former having died last month at the advanced old age of 89, may he sleep in soot and ash. He left behind his widow, 7 children, and 30-odd grandchildren. I write to you today, however, not to inform you of these family affairs of little consequence, but to tell you a little bit about my father. He lived his life, towering above us in solemn silence like many members of his and your father's generation. He never spoke of the work he did in the mountains of Reddington, or the famous estate in which he was stationed. He never spoke of the Baron, not once. I tell you this only to relate that he never betrayed the confidence your father placed in him. The secrets he kept for your family he took with him underground. His elderly comrades and colleagues from his old mining outfit proved, however, to be not nearly as discreet and considered with their words. During the wake, fueled by a seemingly endless supply of spirits, these venerable gentlemen embarked on a journey down memory lane, recounting as much of the good old days as they could dredge up. While such reminiscences might typically be dismissed as the fanciful ramblings of age, the volume and specificity of their accounts lend a certain credence to their words. Now me, I am not a presumptive man. I don't presume these stories to be true. I don't presume your house is host to secrets of this magnitude, yet I find myself irresistibly drawn to the idea of sharing these tales, true or not. They seem, after all, stories worthy of being heard. I wonder if my current abundance of idle time fuels this urge. Perhaps I have too much time on my hands. Perhaps if one were to engage me in some worthwhile and profitable enterprise, my eagerness to pass the time by telling stories would be curbed. I eagerly await a response from your lordship, Mr. Worth Loud. We're not blind to the irony of blackmailing you for a blackmail letter, and we're not proud to join the endless procession of those who have knocked on your mailbox looking for a handout, particularly so when our methods lack the refined sophistication and class that this author so effortlessly wields. So that also relates back to the blackmail. Alright. So what can I do that is of any profit still today? Can't draft any further. I suppose I could work and try to set... Maybe I could get the boat over to this side. I mean, I can't drain the reservoir completely without getting the boiler room connected to the pump room. I'm fairly confident of that. To go to the bathroom. Okay, and back. Sorry, that took longer than I anticipated. What was I going to go to? Right, I was going to go work with the pump room to see if I could do something with the water levels. Useful water levels are 0, 6, and 13. I think currently it's a 2, which is not a useful level. Maybe if I can set it to 13, drain the fountain. I can get the boat over to this side. Alright, is it going to be faster to go out and enter from the entrance? Almost certainly. So I need to put 3 more in to get to 13, which I can get from the kitchen. Kitchen is number 4. So I'll use pump 3 to get it into tank 2. Now I need to empty the fountain. not enough capacity in the system to empty the fountain without putting the reservoir to 14. But maybe if I shift that minecart around, I can find a way around that little problem. Later, we'll look at that later. Alright. Push this up here. I can probably manipulate that so that I can get from the main entrance, right there, to that entrance, and then be able to use it as a way to the other side of the lake. Downside being that it makes it harder to get to lever 46, but if I can get the boat over to the other side of the lake, it won't really matter. No, wait. Not this way. Okay, boat's in the right position where I want it. Can't go through there. I don't think I'm in control. I think it's just on autopilot. Okay. I see another problem, though. I had the idea that I could then lower the water level to 6 and use the boat to see what's in that pipe. But I think if I put it down to 6 while the boat's on this side, it'll beach. Which means that the only way I can actually do anything with that is to get the boiler room hooked up to the pump room, and then I can play around with the reservoir. Or rather, I can play around effectively with the reservoir. Actually, come to think of it, I don't think the boiler rooms... Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think that's at the appropriate level. 3, 4, 5, 6. Time to go embrace disappointment. I suppose that's a bit cynical. More or less exactly what I was afraid of. I don't think it'll work. Maybe, but we'll have to see. Oh, wait. Maybe it will work. Maybe my bitter, cynical attitude was actually misplaced. Cool. I mean, I still need to get the boiler room connected to the pump room in order to see the very bottom, but at least I can at least check this area out. Here. Delete it. Delete it? Okay. Hey, rocket-propelled grenade. Lovely. Well, that is rather a lot of guns, isn't it? Oh, I wish I had a magnifying glass. So this is a map of the city of Royal Museum of the City of Fen. Got the portico, the guardhouse. Can't be Fort Niagara. Something or other room. Closed exhibit. Learson Gallery. Staff, guards. Security doors. They were after. Is too small for me to read. Inside courtyard, quietly hidden on the west road of the grounds, tucked away from the bustle of the guided museum crowds. Learson Hall. Restored original home of Prince Learson, dedicated to the city of Fen, donated to the city of Fen upon his death, now serves as the Royal Museum's beautiful West Annex. A is an art exhibit, R is restricted, G is gardens, F is free access, parking, shops, and ticket entry. Okay, closed exhibits. Both Learson Hall and the main concourse feature a number of, quote, closed exhibits, which are reserved for an upper tier of elite patronage that are not currently open to the public for admission. Garden pathway. Enjoy a leisurely stroll on one of our merry winding garden pathways, which can be accessed from both west and south entry and are free to use without ticket purchase. Museum Station Cafe. Further west, the Royal Museum's dedicated and now defunct train station site has been converted into a restaurant for our guests, patrons, to enjoy after visiting the museum. And apparently that would be too easy to track, which is why they didn't do it. So Manning's going to be on the west grounds, White Pharaoh and Marigold at 105 will be there. So our mother participated in this. White will be in that garden at 124. Forced entry, they're crossing out something, maybe love? Revive? They considered the roof access, they've got decoy car and the getaway car. They planned this to take only about a half an hour. Main concourse, access. Ascend the historic steps to be part of history. The Royal Museum's main concourse, built on the former estate of Prince L, both served as the realm's central hub of art and culture for over 100 years. Public exhibits. One ticket grants you access to all the Royal Museum's public exhibits, most of which celebrate the legacy of artists and paintings showcasing the royal color red. Museum grounds open to the general public. The museum grounds hold a variety of verdure as well as a number of sculpted pieces of contemporary art. We ask the guests please confine their exploration to the pathways. And the Tiskin Monument, a monument of the victorious King Tiskin, adorned with sword, shield, and wings, made to commemorate the end of the War of the Fifth Era. We seek what's in the shade of the truth. Or shade of truth. Another key. It's now been 6 months. 6 months of living in this air-choked cavern of boredom and dread. 6 months since we said our silent goodbyes to our families. 6 months of planning, 6 months of rehearsal, 6 months of heartache, but no regrets. Everyone knows me intimately, thinks I have left the country. Everyone else assumes me dead. And maybe that's all that is left for us. The long walk and steps leading up to the gallows. A steep price to pay for ideals, I concede, but a price that somehow seems cheaper and less cruel than another 2 fortnights bunkered down here beneath the sand and soot. And yet as I write this, I have never felt so close to the sky and my dreams. Tomorrow we will reclaim our birthright. Tomorrow the crown of Arinda will finally return to Oris. The first step taken is half the journey. May the Black Shores guide us, Mary. Alright, so this is definitely where our mother was after her disappearance, and she did in fact participate in... What is that about? In the heist of the crown jewels. In the chess room, which had the castle behind it. Or the word castle behind it. Royal Station. Alright, Arinda Aries Train Metro. So this used to be the capital. other thing that was in a new clue was basically looking at all the signs, and that said, Route 8, depart, keep left, to Tunnel Fork, no, to Tanner Fork, right, dead end, record each stop. So... okay. Route 8, depart, keep left. So we're either heading to Angel Tower or Trinsdale. I'm not sure which. To Tanner Fork. That would seem to go 7-3-10. So it'd be Angel Tower, Ares Crossing, and Tanner Fork. Then it says right, which would be this way. And it says dead end. So I would assume 6 and 5. Seven, 3, 10, 1, 6, 5. Not sure that's right. corresponds to an anagram, which leads to 4 other books, and the cipher of which page and word you're supposed to be on. So in a new prince, basically... Sorry, in a new clue, rather. It shows you a series of 4 books. Actually, hang on, how do I explain this? So in a new clue, we see the investigator shifting around the words of one of the titles of 4 books to get a title of a book we can actually look at. And there is very small, basically information pertaining to a cipher tied to the colors of the 4 books. So if you unscramble their names, the 4 books are The Red Prince, Realm and Rune, A New Clue, and The Fixed Stars. And we're told to look at The Red Prince, page A, word X, which I think is supposed to correspond to the numbers on these stops. Realm and Rune says page 13, word 10. Pictures of the fixed stars. Don't know that I do. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Didn't think that one was going to be important. Observatory, but it's kind of far away. You know, I've got... I've also got a key on me right now that I think I should use, because I'm not sure I'll keep it to the next day. This was number 6. Yep. that also means that I've now got to reconfigure this thing so that I can actually get where I want to go. Actually, this might not work at all. Yeah, it's not gonna let me go that way. I need to drain the fountain again. In order to make this work. place will be useful until I figure out a way to light things on fire. And that indicates that it comes from the tomb, so that's going to be useless to me. They foreseeable as well. Sigils and Sanctum key. Can I use it on any door, or does it need to be the 6th door? I guess any door. Alright, that's also our home realm, Fen Ares. Pictures of their sigil, so this should be fairly quick. Serving as the outclassed and struggling reinforcement of the dwindling Desolate's army. colors on this one than normal. So white, when it doesn't have anywhere to go, just turns out. One I've seen. Right, the black. Okay, so that was still counted as adjacent. Okay. got this. I just have to figure out the last steps. I think I need to turn this one out. Shit. Okay, not quite what I expected would happen. Actually, writing this last postcard sitting at my desk at home, I suppose I should put forth the extra effort to drop it in the mail for consistency, but I am tempted to save the postmaster a trip, as it will just wind up here once again to join the other 7, which I am pleased to report were all waiting for me on my desk, safe as can be. Flipping through them has reminded me of the many friends I made and lessons along the way, and as I look back, one truth shines brighter than the others: air travel is much better than sea travel. appropriate. Remind Anne to replace the books I lost. Okay. So that gets us another step closer on the tour. We started in Orindia, ended in Fen Aries. This thing. Wasted a step there. You know, if I call it a day, I'll just teleport back to my camp. Alright. Nope. I could only get as far as security. Well, I guess that is it for this day. Still after information, so I still need the schoolhouse as much as I can. So I need to try and draft the remaining 3 classrooms. Let's do the Curse of Black Bridge. Alright. Do a classroom. But I'm gonna need more gems. That could really screw me on this next one. Like that. Ah, but I can redraw. But that also screws me. Really, game? You're not gonna let me have one that'll turn north? Seriously? But I'm out of gems. Alright, well, we got the parlor. Thank goodness. It's nearly a very short run. Alright, the gems are in a box that is actually blue. Nothing. The gems are in a box with the word blue on it. one of these has to be true and one of these has to be a lie. So if that's true, then it'd be that one. But if it was this one, then this one would also be true, so they'd be two truths, so that doesn't work. So this has to be a lie, that has to be the truth, and so I think it has to be this one. Do that, that'll dead end me. Let's go with the pantry. Pass on the boiler room this time. Well, frustratingly, it just doesn't seem like... Like, because of the way it's turned, I'm basically screwed. This is it. This is end of the run already. There's nothing else I can do. Can look at this, though. Alright, page 10, word 8. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hang on. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Turn scorched A. That doesn't seem right. I've goofed up somewhere, I think. Yep, no method of doing anything about that, so, this is what drives me wild about the RNG in this game. You just can totally screw you. Yeah, let's do that maybe. Yeah, and that little box doesn't respawn. Okay. Gems are not in a box with a true statement. The statement on the blue box is as true as this statement. The gems are not in a box with a true statement. Okay, so these both say the same thing, which means they could both be true, and then that would mean that's here. And the statement on the blue box is as true as this statement could be the lie. That would make sense. Because if this was true, and this was true, then all three would be true. So that means that one has to be false, and they're not in the box with the true statement, so... take a boot are. Magnifying glass, take a shovel. Let's take the gems too. Good spot for a closet. Must need a battery or something. As I'd like to see a new room, I don't want a dead end yet. I guess I could have dead ended there and it would have been okay. Orientation. It's kind of locking me out of the Foundation. Guess I'll take it for now. I didn't rejigger the key cards down in security. Yeah, probably need to do this. To listen to the great owl's art. It's not a singing fish. Probably just a fish. Alright, let's see what he has to say.
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. I hear the pattering steps of children running in the forest. The joyful echoes of laughter in the courtyard.
That seems nice.
I see an old man sitting in an even older chair. A seed that has served many generations, each with their own stories, each with their own secrets, each with their own endings, but all in the same chair. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the
Actually,
great
fairly happy
Alazar.
prophecy.
Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Okay. Alright, what do we got? Curse of Black Bridge. Legend of Black Bridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm, for versions of this tale have been passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming, over the years, more colorful, more verbose, and as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and binding the tale to text seemed an ambitious and impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I've heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Black Bridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy, long, long ago. Part 1. Oh dear. Okay, this is rather long. Okay. Well, okay. It's a dead end regardless, and I've never seen the trophy room. Let's take a look. So not much to this one. Just a place to view your trophies. Yeah, none of those quite suit me. That, however, suits my purposes quite well. Alright, 10 minus 1 minus 4 minus 2 is 3. Times 1 is still 3, times 2 is 6. -8 is 10, times 4 is 40, divided by 20 is 2. 20 minus 6 is 14, divided by 2 is 7, divided by 7 is 1. What? Nope, sorry, 28 divided by 7, that's going to be 4. honestly seems like the most singularly useless room in the game. Let's check the last part of this. It's supposed to be page 3, word 13. Turn Scorch to V or turn the Scorch to A? I don't understand. To hold one of the secondary levers. Said there were 2 levers here. So you can actually unlock 2 sides of it from here. Point all the arrows east, you can unlock the east door. Point all the arrows west, you can unlock the west door. Of course, you can't unlock the north door. And here we have the seal of Old Orindia. Not that we need it any longer, but there you go. super useful right this second, but maybe in future it will be. Or is it just... what's this? Okay, Constellation. North Star, Twins, the Slice, Diamonds Major, Southern Cross. Okay, this is kind of showing you what you can get at each level. Which can be nice, because you want to avoid Draxus. Shows up again on 22. Apparently there's a constellation at 50. Okay. Neat. Get the drafting studio while I've still got this magnifying glass. Oh, bother. Honestly, it would probably be worth it to head back to the Rotunda rather than trying to draft from the dark room. know what? Let's do conservatory. Oh, I don't get to pick. Dadgummit. So it's a super rare plan, which is why I haven't been able to see it. And I didn't get the opportunity to change its rarity because it wasn't in the bowl. Again, I know what to do, I just have to get lucky. I have to get the drafting room, and I have to get a magnifying glass. And until I do, I'm shit out of luck. Doesn't matter that I know what to do. Doesn't matter that I've effectively solved the puzzle. I don't have... I am unlucky. Shit, they don't have keys. Damn it. And there's no loose keys. Just have to keep hoping I get lucky then. Let's see if I'm forgetting anything I could be doing. No, I think that's about it for today. Well, don't have a coat check, do I? No, I don't. So probably the only useful thing I can do is go end the day in the break room. Ah, dear. Take a short break and I'll be back. Alright, this is going to be my last run for the evening. Alright, new room. Come to a conclusion here in the tomb. This floor plan is the definitive dead end, or is it? These look like the angelic figures in the chapel, which had numbers on them. Simon, so here's where it all ends, at least for me, and of all the picturesque places of this grand estate, I chose this dreary, dank dungeon to be laid to rest, and that same dim, somber fate fell upon my father and his father before him, who loved the outdoors even more than myself. They say there is no stranger bond of servitude than tradition, and family tradition thrice as strong. These are chains that seldom bend and never break, and I do wonder what plans and prospects of yours will be sacrificed upon the family font of convention. What biography of your own will you forsake to add another page to your father's memories, or your mother's, or mine? In our youth, we are gifted with dreams and ambitions. At our death, we are left with realities and regrets. I think there is no greater sin than to perpetuate tradition that stagnates growth, that strangles purpose, that suffocates dreams. What point is there to live another's life at the sake of our own? Oh, how I wish to have been buried underneath the great oak overlooking the plains, the wondrous woods and the worldly mountains, and the wild holly that surrounds the trunk, a perpetual token of sympathy laid across my grave. What dreadful tradition is it that dumped me in this sunless hollow? And if by morbid example this dark crypt makes any impression whatsoever on you, if reading this letter within these damp halls plants in you a seed of hope, if these words might grant you strength to bend if not break these chains, then would I cherish this tomb more than oak, and sycamore and spruce, more than the wondrous woods and worldly mountains. This cold stone room would become the most cherished place in all our domain. I would have you raise a shrine upon this spot to commemorate the moment of your liberty, to treat this sepulchre as hallowed ground, to realize that grand gestures can be as effective as they are theatric, and to, in turn, as recompense for the freedom thus granted you, commit yourself to be buried here, mausoleum of dreams, and when the day comes to write your own letter to inspire the next generation that follows in our footsteps. Footsteps, as is tradition, Herbert S. Sinclair. Let me see. Horseback rider. I think that one's last. There ought to be one more. It away behind a different puzzle. Or am I just blind? Nope, there's no night. This will certainly not work. Or I could be totally wrong with that. I guess that... Maybe I mislabeled it. Not a knight, but a queen. The way to our dreams. if those vases will be replaced. Probably not. I've permanently damaged the beauty of my own home. No idea what the 1100 is about, though. Not yet. Let's see, where's that terminal? Okay. So there's actually one other thing you can learn from the new clue book. That is that the admin key is a minor, and they said that they entered an admin key that was non-standard. The only minor that would apply to would be Lee B. But that's right, I turned on the mailboxes for all those other areas, and I don't think I've ever actually read them. I think these may be the ones that were deleted. 3 new admin keys have been added to the user network database. Lee B, Prof C, and HONU. Admin log view access restricted to the following admin keys. It's the same 3. Lee, we are planning something later this year and need to make sure communication on here is not being archived. Are there additional steps we can take to ensure privacy? Already taken care of. We are now bypassing message archiving. Randolph shouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Good. No one else on the estate knows we're here, other than Mary, of course, who saw Lee on Tuesday, but How You has a plan to take care of her. If it must be done, it must be done. Just see to it that the body is not discovered. The last thing we need is for the Red Guard to be snooping around here. She won't be found, rest assured. Let's disperse for now. I'll meet you all at the safe house in Reddington in 4 days. Then, once the inquiry is over, we will proceed with our plans for the museum. Resuming operations. Welcome back, Lee. I've been camping out of this old schoolhouse for the past month waiting for your return. It's spacious, quiet, and should prove to be an effective base of operations outside the purview of the staff and the Baron. We should have an opening on the first day of September. Can we be ready by then? I don't see why not. Negotiations for transportation are in the final stages. If all goes well, we will have air passage to Nuance secured for that date. Nuance air passage, eh? I think Moore is planning a scheduled maintenance soon, so we should likely wrap things up here. I'd say it's time to scrub these logs. They might fall under some scrutiny in the near future. Alright, those three were delisted and deleted from the user database. I wonder. You know, based on what we learned from everything, I don't think they killed our mother. Ruins? What? Okay. So we can now draft the throne room. Neat, I guess. All right. Oh, a compass. Don't know that I like the compass, but we'll grab it. Yep, doesn't look like I can combine any of these items. It's weird that the music is totally faded out. gems. Alright, the blue box is true. The black box is true. The gems are in the true box. Okay. The blue box is true. That's circular. I don't know. And one of them has to be a lie. I think it's white. Keep hoping for that drafting room. Key card this time, so I am not paying good attention. going with that until I can actually get what I need. You know what? We've not done Solarium before. Let's do it. Got a box. Huh, so that kingdom's color is green. Which means the other two have to be pink and white, but I don't know which is which. Yet. I think that might be the easiest one yet. Alright. Mr. Nogala, Anne wanted me to remind you once again that it is expected of you to keep the grass in the cloister cut and the trees trimmed. I have the feeling that you may have forgotten how to open the cloister wall again, so to save you some stern words, I decided to draw you a little diagram to help you out. Who knows, maybe this time it'll stick. Sympathetically, Bridget. While face to face with the angel, press the base of the two pillars on either side of you. Alright. A great number of keys right now. just about out of gems. It's honestly no better. Metal detector. I have use of that. Oh wow. 4 reroll dice and an upgrade disc. Nice. Apparently those can't be turned on. Okay, that's in some kind of cipher I don't understand. did get the a new clue solution a little bit wrong. It's actually supposed to be not the scorched A, but the scorched sundial. For the day. decide I really need any more. Got a drawing room, I wouldn't be able to actually make it. Sure, I've never had the mechanarium. Let's take a look. Second upgrade disk. Definitely need to get to a computer. Ah, the secondary lever for the antechamber. Silver key. And a sanctum key. Okay. prioritize that. Manifest for all of the excavation equipment that has been rigorously checked and delivered to the upper branch. After tomorrow, the site will be sealed and all remaining hardware will be packed up and transported to the original access tunnel for long-term storage. It's unclear if they will also seal that tunnel after our crew has left, but I suspect they may want to keep ready access to the gear, especially now that they have begun operations in the East Mine. A month ago, I believed the discovery of gemstones in that cavern was directly linked to the closure of this site, but now I'm not so sure. The Baron doesn't seem the type to value shiny baubles over history. Okay, we got the tunnel. I don't know much else. Untamed storms, wild and untamed expanse. Not developed a good deal more fast than the eldest brother's lawns. Okay, so it's stormy to the north. So it's stormy and they're yellow. What I don't really know is their modes. I don't think it's martial and I don't think it's metropolitan. And I don't know what their primary method of transport is. So I think their ray will probably be jagged. That's the agricultural moat. Doesn't really fit the description. Martial could, but that's only fit areas. That's academic. Yeah, it doesn't really fit what we know about it. Industrial, maybe. Seems a long shot. of sailing, and it made me realize how much more convenient it would have been in the old days when the railway tracks extended all the way north. Arterius is a destination with which I am well acquainted, having traveled here countless times on business for Sinka. This time, however, I will avoid familiar towns and factories, and will instead trek along the northern coast, an area with which I am wholly unfamiliar. Sailed there from somewhere. Doesn't really tell me where he put it, but or what order he visited, but that's okay. Figure that out later. After waiting the better part of 3 weeks for the equipment to be carefully hoisted down the cliffside one piece at a time, the wait is finally over. Today we begin our formal foray into the mountain and begin excavation of the first tunnel, the first of many. To prevent future delays, Thomas Sinclair has generously volunteered to install a freight lift to facilitate both personnel transport. Okay. However, after seeing his ornate designs, one can't help but feeling the Baron's delicate taste might be better suited for the ballroom crowd. Regardless of the particulars, I'm sure my crew won't object to riding down the tunnels in fashionable style. see, where have I got that actually is open and can go somewhere? I'm actually going to take a risk on using the terminal in the cave. I think it's closer in terms of steps as opposed to the one in security. None of those is really particularly good, but okay. Does her ladyship's spare room also have her diary in it? So. Next time you enter the boudoir, gain 10 steps. Walk in closet, gain 3 gems. Gain 1 step for each room in your house. I think we can go with this one. Okay, let's draw a tunnel. Being out of gems really sucks. Yeah, probably SOL. Even this, which would be my best way of getting more gems, requires a gem. Okay. Okay. How do I do that? Long term, that's the wrong call. Let's see. Getting rid of the cloisters wouldn't be bad. Was that what crazy one that wanted like 5? I think it was the trophy room? Coat check. All right. That is about the best I can hope for. And I can make one more room. Suppose there's a... Well, no, even if I do draft a, drafting room won't do me any good, because I don't have gems to actually bring it into existence. Let's check out the gift shop, because why not? Okay. Alright, well, I need to call it a day. Do not have a... Yep. Only real advantage I can get is the conservatory. Or the planetarium, rather. Well, that's nice, but, no, wait, I have exactly enough for the cursed coffers. And I'm pretty sure if I walk there, I will pass out and not be able to grab it anyway. Yep. Irony, I suppose. Except the running shoes could have kicked in. Didn't think about the running shoes. Oh well. Can only do so much in any given day. And that's gonna be it for me for tonight. Thank you all for watching. Oops. Thank you all for watching. Y'all have a good night.